Hello, everyone. We should be live now, and our audio should be working. If there are any issues, let me know. Thank you for letting me know that we had some audio issues previously. According to OBS, everything's working now, and it should be good to go. I have to get to our team's planning meeting, so I'm going to turn off my video here, but I wanted to say hello and let you all know the general scenario. Basically, today is November 11th, 2022. The game is taking place in the year, I think, 1825 or whatever. And basically, Guy Fawkes has blown up Parliament successfully. He has made his escape. The British are hunting him across Europe. Our job is to protect him as he makes his way down this diagonal road across the map. I'm part of the blue team. I'm commanding the cavalry along with my friend Achilles, who is a trained cavalry commander. Today we will see if my experience and his cavalry training pay off, and we are able to protect Mr. Fox. All right, that is the game plan. I'm going to hop down into our planning room and get to work with the team as we plan.
The British in sort of this general vicinity would be reasonable. If I was designing the scenario, that's what I'd do. So I know that's metagaming, but okay, Marshall. I guess the stream's up now. Yeah.
Yep, I'm having a look at it, and I see my orders at the top.
So we're just discussing a plan at the moment. So these aren't formal orders. I'm just sort of sketching things. But the scenario is there's a caravan moving somewhere along this road. We've got to capture it and prevent the red team from capturing it. That's effectively the scenario.
So I'm having some pretty big technical difficulties at the moment. I don't think my computer can fucking handle this module.
Oh, jeez.
Dude, it's still loading.
Maybe if we just post the map in the general channel or something, and then.
Hugs, it actually took my computer about 5 minutes to load it too the first time.
Once it loaded, dude, it's been loading for like 20 minutes now.
Try loading a different map and then come back and try loading.
I did. It's.
Oh, you did.
Yeah. This is not a good.
Are you using Army Internet?
Yeah, that too. It's a combination of shit computer and Army Internet. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe if we just give him like a screenshot of the map and he can just use that, so that if he can't use TTS.
Yeah, I can try that. There's no way I'm gonna be able to use TTS right now.
Does someone have the Königsgrätz map as a link?
God, I need a better computer.
You don't need a map.
All right. So the players are sorting out their technical difficulties. Thank you to Emmanuel, and again, everyone who was there helping out when I had those technical difficulties. We're going to click back into there momentarily while Lord Hugs sorts everything out. Try to keep the streams clean, but we got Lord Hugs, and, well, it's just not going to happen. He recently joined the army and is doing great. Off on a new career. Let me go into. I've got to clean up that old recording too. Library. Videos. I don't want people to run it across the wrong one there. And we need to. Delete that one forever. Alright. And we're going to head right back. Just wanted to give them a minute to sort themselves out without that being on the live stream. Alright, there we go.
Is also to take the caravan.
Yeah, obviously. But what I'm saying is, like, an ideal victory would be we take the caravan without contact and then leave. That would be.
When has that ever happened in a Kriegsspiel?
That's not what's going to happen.
What an incredibly boring game that would be.
That's not going to
happen.
But just like that, our objective isn't to beat the enemy army. Our objective is to take the caravan and get out. So.
Yeah, the best victory is the one with which you win without firing a single shot.
But we're
Thank you,
going
Sun
to have to
Tzu.
fight several
Yeah.
shots though. So like the point is like where the caravan is, more than likely the enemy is also there. So if we show up
Sure, yeah.
piecemeal, it's like.
But
you know,
we're making several basic assumptions without information. One, for example, that the enemy is actually coming from behind that red-lined arc, when in fact he could be coming straight down the road from the opposite side of the caravan.
That is true, yeah. They could be there. Do we have, Dave, do we have any information whatsoever on where the enemy is? Or
They are to the southwest of you, and that's all you know.
Okay, so they are probably roughly in this arc. Southwest
All
of the
I'm
map,
saying is prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. You feel me? Like.
Yeah, I'm saying our sort of general sort of doctrine should be that if we capture the caravan, our top objective should just be to get out with the caravan. We don't want to get caught up in a battle because that's not what we're here to do.
Is our objective to get out with the caravan or just to get out with Fox?
Well, just Fox.
Can we take him out of whatever carriage he's in, put him on a horse, and get him away? Because it'd be a lot faster than the caravan.
Yeah, can we do that, Dave?
I shall have to ask Peter, but I'll give you 2 more minutes and then just hop into your rooms.
Yeah.
I think Peter might be ready.
Am I going to get the map in my channel?
He is currently in the custody of Bohemian authorities, so that might imply that there's some sort of guard with him. But...
Mm-hmm.
It would probably break the plan for the scenario if we put him on a horse. So the answer is probably going to be no. Just from an Umpire perspective, our job is to protect that caravan. So
he's actually chained in the caravan, and we have to take the whole caravan with so our masterful engineers can get him out.
You have to the whole baggage train.
Yeah,
What are your thoughts, Marshall, on this sort of rough plan of having a forward cavalry screen to delay the British?
Yeah,
the infantry search the road.
Yeah, it's going to be screen and hold. The big option that you have is, do you want to take one of the side roads, which I think will really slow things down? So we've got to move our forces. Well, first of all, we've got to move to contact cavalry. That's on me and Achilles. We've got to establish contact with the enemy, and we have to report that back to you so that you can put the infantry in the most defensible position. And whatever you do, you can't stop that caravan. It's got to move every turn.
Just to Marshall and Achilles, I want to make it clear that your objective is not to engage and defeat the army. It's just to delay as much as possible. Just keep them occupied, keep them delayed. But you're not to win a battle. You're just to make sure that they just keep falling back and forcing them to deploy.
That's the proper cavalry objective, regardless.
Yeah.
So, are we or are we not intercepting the caravan? Are we just letting it go through? I'm a little confused on that.
We're protecting it.
We're protecting it. Okay, all right.
I think we should try and set up at least 1 or 2 divisions on this height here. Might be a good idea, because then from there we can get a good view over this whole area.
Am I going to get a map?
About the caravan.
Well, Blazer, that's an important point. If our objective is actually to protect the caravan, as opposed to take it, then we actually want it to get it to its destination. Because in that case, then our objective is actually the enemy force. Because we got to keep them away from the caravan.
Our objective is, quote, find the caravan, bring Fox into French hands, and defeat any force that tries to stop you. So bring into French hands would imply that we've taken home.
Very good.
So that hill's probably too far to be within supporting distance of anything, but how large are your cavalry formations, Marshall and Achilles? Only 2 or 4 blocks, so that's not really.
That's plenty.
And this is a really long front already, so I don't want to detach anything. I do have 2 blocks of cavalry with me, which
You should use to search the road.
yeah, okay. Okay, so we're gonna have which divisions are which? So this is the 3rd and 4th division here. And then we've got the 5th. Yeah, 5th and Benete.
Yep.
Okay, so 3rd division is to move to Clum and then secure this height here.
Okay,
With
who has
those
3rd
bridge.
division?
Well, what
Oh,
sort of frontage could that cover?
Loggy.
Let me just, I want to get an idea of how
Loggy?
much frontage,
Okay.
so it's 6 blocks.
Yeah, Loggy
So
has
it can cover, we'll probably want like roughly a third to half in reserve, so.
Yeah, Blaze, tell us who has command of each of those
So,
so that we know who to direct dispatches to if
3rd
they're
division
close.
is Loggy.
3rd? Okay, is
I'm also with him for 4th. I'm 4th division.
4th
I'm in the same
division,
spot as him.
Lord Hugs, and 5th
Okay.
is a Striker.
Okay, thank you.
So you can cover, you want roughly half in reserve. So I think assigning both divisions to take this hill is a good idea here. So we're going to have So 3rd and 4th division, both of you are to move up with these routes of march and secure this hill. And from this position, you should get a good view over. Well, you can get 6 squares, I think. So, yeah, roughly. So you should be able to catch the caravan. Maybe send out some forward pickets or something, just so you've got them on the road. But yeah, secure that height effectively. You've got artillery, right, Loggy and Lord Hugs? You don't.
No, although
I can assign my artillery to you though. I've got 2 batteries, so I can just use that.
Well, I don't see any on the screenshot, so.
I've got 2 batteries, so I'll bring them with you. 5th division. I think we're gonna have you. I want to keep them fairly concentrated. Yeah, so 5th division is to occupy this sort of down. That's actually a decent defensive position here, although it's kind of a little far from the road is the only thing.
I could hold the orchard. Is that an orchard?
Well, it's Napoleonic, so holding a wood's not really the best idea.
That's fair. I'd still be able to like see if the caravan comes to me though if I go on those heights, right?
Yeah, right. And it's slightly steeper, so I think setting up on this ridge is a better idea, because then you've got Sisto as an anchor on your flank there. Okay, and then I'm going to have both my reserve batteries supporting 4th and 3rd division, and the reserve cavalry is going to just be running up and down these roads trying to find the wagons. So, just to go over everything again, Marshall and Achilles, you're to move with these routes of march. You're to spread out roughly along this line and just delay as much as possible the enemy, hold up roads, force them to deploy and redeploy, and direct them towards this hill, if possible, because that's where we're strongest. So you're to force them to try and enter this hill here, this general area. And then if there is a proper engagement, once that happens, you're to fall back and just guard either flank.
Okay.
You both clear on that, yeah?
Yes.
Roger that.
You're pretty much to delay to allow my cavalry and the infantry, allow for the infantry to move up and for my cavalry to scout up and down the road to find the wagon. That's sort of your objective. 4th and 3rd division, which is Loggy and Hugs, I believe. You're to move up with these orders of march. I'll be with you, and I'll have the artillery with you, and deploy on this hill in a defensive position to wait for the cavalry to fall back here And then
Which one? The one by Chlum?
if you look, can you see my screen?
Yeah, the one by Chlum. Okay, I can see it.
So this position here. 5th Division, which is Striker, I believe, is to move up to around Sistwas and secure this hill here. Remember to communicate often, send a message, maybe not every single turn, but if there's stuff happening every single turn, but at least every 2 or 3 turns, just updating on what's going on, send it to me at the HQ. Yeah, are we all clear on our orders? Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
Who is the cavalry division to the north? Is that first or second?
That's Marshall.
That's first.
I'll write that on my. That's one.
Are we using dispatch bot, or how we are we just writing dispatches and the umpires move them? Do we know?
I don't think there's an umpire here, so.
I don't think dispatch bot is really required for this size of a game.
I'll add Peter in.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they going to want us to address dispatches to the person and give his location or potential location, or
Yeah.
just the person?
Well, for me, I'm a location guy, but
Yeah, I'm just asking because if we, do we need to make sure that we put in to General Blazer Trail at such and such?
yeah, it just depends on how hard they want to make it for everyone, including themselves. Usually, casual games they don't bother. Play by post.
Also, one thing is if any of us stumble across the wagon, let me know immediately, and just you've got permission to just take the wagon and leave the map effectively. Just any other order can go out the window because we've got the objective in that case. So let me know what you're doing. Obviously, send them dispatch, but
Take wagons, leave, don't say anything. Got it.
Yeah, and we'll probably concentrate at that position if you've got them, so that we can form a rear guard around it, basically.
Yeah, imagine if for example, if say my cavalry were to find it, I grab it and then I start bringing it back towards where all of our infantry are.
Yeah.
In that general direction.
Get behind us. Is the wagon traveling north to south or south to north?
We don't know apparently, which is a bit weird, but whatever.
Okay.
We just know it's on the road.
It's on the road. Hopefully it doesn't have a broken wheel.
I assume our objective is to get it off the map to the north.
Oh, so we can exit the map anywhere with it.
Well, presumably, I mean, if we marched off the south, I don't think it would count, but presumably to the north.
Okay.
It says bring them back into French hands, so I don't know if that would just count as.
That probably means
you encountered the wagons. What are your orders? Go north.
Yeah. I think if we get behind our battle line with it, so that they can't. Yeah, that's going to be what victory looks like.
If you capture the wagons, you're to let me know and move to Clum, this hill, and then from there we can decide if we want to escort them off.
All right, so Clum will be your headquarters. That's where I'll send dispatches.
Yeah, I might run around the map a bit to check on people, but for the most part, I'll be in Clum.
Okay.
Because this is a pretty good observation spot, I think.
All right.
I mean, we'll have to ask the umpires if messengers are the officer-seeking missiles in this game, or if you actually need to tell them where to go.
I am a little bit concerned about this gap in our lines here, because
Okay, guys, I think you've probably got enough time now. We're breaking up into our separate rooms. So
Just I think we had a question about dispatches. How are we using the dispatch bot, and do we need to specify location? Pretty much.
no, just write it in as you normally would. I don't think we're using the bot. I don't think.
Okay.
And
Do we need to specify the location of the recipient, or
if,
are we
please,
also
yeah,
receiving missiles?
that would help.
Okay, sure.
Brandon, come on.
Was everybody clear on their orders? Yeah.
Yes.
Think so.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
All right. Split up into your channels then. And, remember to send dispatches often.
Mine channel 5 or 6 since your HQ. Are you
6, I
taking
think.
up? Okay,
We'll say it's your channel plus 1, effectively.
got it.
And if
All right, then we're in our channel, which is blue 2 for now, which is fine. And we're going to draw our initial route of march. We don't know where our objective is, so we have to find it. In the meantime, I need to draw my route of march. And I think they actually want me down here, but I think this is a little more of a direct route of march. And this hill right here makes an excellent observation post. So this will be my initial order. Alright, so I'm going to post this in my channel. And my order of march is here. And there we go. Alright, so I've given my orders to the umpire. The umpire has already acknowledged receipt of the orders. And we should be off and running as soon as all the other players have themselves sorted out. So now it gets kind of quiet. It's a little bit of a waiting game, especially turn 1 tends to be a little slow as everyone kind of finds themselves and gets sorted out. Then, after everyone gets sorted out on turn 1, usually turn 2 or 3 can be pretty slow because around that time we have contact with the enemy. And when you get contact with the enemy, there is a flurry of communication that begins. The person who makes contact will usually fire off at least one dispatch, sometimes 2 or 3, depending on the scenario and who's around them. Then the umpires have to move all that mail. They have to track it and say, okay, this is going to arrive here and so on. There's a certain amount of what we call hand wave 'em that takes place. Basically, they just kind of eyeball, it'll take 1 turn or 2 turns. And that's probably going to deliver most dispatches on most maps. Now, this is a pretty good sized map. So here I could see a dispatch taking 3 or 4 turns if you're going from one corner of the map to the other. That's not likely to happen. But in any case, my point is the turns kind of slowed down like that. And then once both sides are more or less in contact, then that's when the game starts to move along. About turn 4 or 5, the umpires have kind of found their sea legs, if you will, and everything just starts kind of humming along. and then all of a sudden it comes to an end once a decisive goal has been achieved. So I think our odds of success here are pretty good, unless we end up with a change of mission, which could happen if red team finds Guy Fawkes before we do. So if red team finds the important package before we do, then it's going to change our mission. And what our mission would then become, at least for me from a cavalry perspective, is locate the enemy, find out where they're going, and try to block the enemy, harass the enemy so they can't complete their mission. So we'll be seeing. I'm going to take a short little break as we prepare. So I'm going to mute my mic and just leave the map as it is. You're going to be kind of just seeing my pieces move across the map, but as I learn new things, I'll share with you my screenshots. I'll draw on the map as needed, and we'll talk about it, how things are going. So, like with any Kriegsspiel in which I play, I only have access to my own information, but I'll kind of narrate as we go. So the best way to watch these is just kind of put it on in the background, and when you hear me start carrying on, tune in and see if it's of interest to you, and enjoy your day doing other things. But we'll see how it goes. We'll talk about this also tomorrow, I think, on Coffee Kegs and Kriegsspiel. How the experience went through my head and how the battle unfolded. So that's going on. All right, got to help with my kiddo. I'll be right back. All right, just checking back in with everyone. We are still standing by for our first update, but I believe the game has started. The umpires are still in the umpire room. They are almost certainly processing the first round of orders. So stand by. Updates will be coming soon. And we're still waiting for that first update. Looks like it's taken them a little bit longer than I anticipated, but that's okay. I think we'll make up for it once we get started. As always, the first hour of any live stream Kriegsspiel battle, you can pretty much skip ahead. The first hour is often filled with getting sorted and planning. Although the planning is good to watch. So, I think our planning was pretty good. I think we have a really solid game plan. The only thing I like, the decision to move to Chlum and take the center, I think is as good a preliminary choice as can be made. Like, this is, kind of how we're going to start, with the understanding that in reality it's probably not going to work out that way, because once we make first contact with the enemy, we're going to find out that they're either concentrated in the north or the south or something else. But then again, it could just be we could get lucky and it's the perfect spot. It is a good spot for the reasons that Blaze Trail pointed out. He pointed out that he had good visibility from there. It's also a good spot because it's centrally located, which then allows him to send reinforcements whichever direction he needs to. And there's a little bit of terrain there too that we can take advantage of. So, looks like the umpires are headed out to their various rooms now. I'm checking on Discord. So, I would expect that we should start getting updates momentarily. So, standing by for that. Alright, still no umpire updates. There must be some more complicated stuff going on than I anticipated. Apologize for the delay, but we will get moving shortly. Looks like both teams are sorted out and in their rooms, so just hang tight, guys. Not going anywhere. Oh, I'm getting a report now. Perfect timing. All right, thank you. Proceed as planned. All right, so this is the 0715 turn. Proceed as planned. There's nothing to report, so I'm not going to send a dispatch. We're just going to let it ride.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, your visibility is a bit kind of obstructed by woods and the towns, but so far you've got no new reports of enemies and nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah, I think you've all posted your orders kind of in the channel already, so I'll just be hopping in again like in 2 minutes to ask if that's final.
It's final. You're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
All right, yeah, no need to change anything. We just stick with the plan. It's a good plan. And that'll be that. Got cables tangled up over here. Have a wireless headset, but the wireless headset has to recharge, so I can recharge it while I wear it, but I have to plug it in. Testing. There we go. Okay. All right.
Hello, yeah, your orders are as you stated, right?
Yes, no change. Thank you.
Alright, perfect.
You got it. Hello to Dave. Let's see if he's behind us. He says he's behind you. Are we looking for Mr. Fox? We're actually looking for Marshall Fox, according to the briefing, as I heard. But hopefully we find him. Actually, we don't want to bring him to justice, do we? We want to protect him. So that's what we're doing here. Good times. All right. So it looks like the first turn kind of got run and squared away. We are in the second turn now, the 7:15 turn. I'll expect that as of the next update, we're going to move here. I'm not going to change orders. It will be sometime on turn 3 or 4 that things start to get a little more crazy. I do have to choose a route. I may momentarily split first and second squadrons or whatever these are of my cavalry here. I'll draw this out in red. So I might do something like this and that, or even that, or that. I mean, I got options here, right? But what I want to do is I want to, see and screen in this area here. That's where I want to go to start. And we're going to see if I can make that happen. So I think we'll get as far as hill B2 here, whatever we want to call this hill. If we want to call it 775, because that's the number. Hill 775. We could reach that hill and then it'd be a good observation post for sure. All right. I'm sipping some tea as we go. I made some Turkish tea. I didn't put any kind of sugar or sweetener or cream or nothing in it. It's just straight tea, and it's strong, bitter. I'm trying to avoid some of the extra sugar, Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Here's the video. So, yeah, I've got my special little tea mug that I use because it's just huge, and I'm not likely to spill it on my table. It's one of those mugs it's hard to knock over. And yeah, I like tea and coffee and water, mostly what I drink. It's a quiet Saturday, isn't it, folks? Quiet Saturday. The Kriegsspiel's slow. The day is quiet. Not a lot going on. Looks like the umpires are back out making the rounds, so I'm about to get a visit, which is nice. Okay, and here's my 7:30. And as predicted, we've moved a little further down the road. I will update. So let's update everything. Right about there. Positions in Kriegsspiel are never exact. Kriegsspiel, as we say, is the land of fudge. Everything's approximate. As a commander, you would never have that up-to-date instant information that people take for granted when playing computer games and board games. Computer games in particular have spoiled people, but the reality is...
Hello, hello.
Hello!
So far so good. Everything is going according to plan. You've got no further dispatches, or as far as I know, you've also got no further information on the enemy positions. And nothing out of the ordinary. Your troops are on high morale, and you're kind of getting slowed down by your baggage train. But other than that, everything's normal.
All right, no changes to orders. Continue.
Sorry?
No changes, just continue.
Okay. I won't come back then. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, no need to make the Umpire follow up. Typically, what we do is there'll be a report, and then we give the players a couple minutes to kind of think about the report. We give them a screenshot. We give them a verbal report. Then we give them a little bit of time, and then we come back and say, all right, what do you want to do? And ideally is they've taken those couple of minutes to think it over and make a decision. And we don't want them to have too much time to make a decision, because in reality you wouldn't get that luxury. Just like I was saying before the Umpire entered the room, when you look at a map, you're really looking at approximations. You're not looking at precision. And that's important in Kriegsspiel as well. Why don't we care about precision? It's not that we don't care, it's that, number one, precision takes time to manage, to track. And the other thing is it distracts from what's truly important, which are the bigger decisions that you make as a commander. And probably third of all, you have subordinates who are going to make these detailed decisions for you, so you don't need to micromanage. In fact, we want to discourage micromanagement. First of all, it's just unrealistic, and second of all, it just slows things down. So that's the reason why Kriegsspiel is the land of fudge. It's about moving quickly. You know, the pace of the game is far more important than the precision of the game. If you want to haggle over precision, what you need to do is play a miniatures game or something where you get a big long tape measure out and you're measuring. But you for Kriegsspiel, it's a different focus. So that's how that works. All right. It's going to be another 1 or 2 turns. Baggage train is slowing me down, huh? Not too keen on just leaving the baggage train behind. I don't like when players treat baggage trains as afterthoughts. I mean, that's your food. That's your ammunition, your powder. That's your extra stuff that you're going to need. Anytime you're in battle for more than maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes, you're going to need those supplies, guaranteed, 100% of the time. You're not going to, oh, well, we were just in a, 10-minute firefight, we're good. No. You're going to be hitting that train immediately to top up, if nothing else, because you want to maintain maximum fighting efficiency. And you can't always do that. If you're engaged, it's a little hard. It's a challenge. But if you're standing around idle, if the enemy isn't to your immediate front, if you don't have immediate orders, hey, you're going to be restocking every chance you get to just make sure you're topped up. So, you want to have that wagon train near your column. We could leave it behind for a turn or two and let it catch up. We could do that, and time is of the essence. But I don't like leaving it behind, because you could get into a fight and then be without your train. The other thing is I could ride ahead to the hill individually, which wouldn't be a horrible idea. I might do that on the next turn since I'll be so close. I don't like commanders that leave their units behind. I don't like that either, because this is your unit. This is what you command. And if you bail out on your command, who runs your units? If you want to be a scout, be a scout. If you want to be a corps commander or the commander-in-chief, then be that in the game. Ask for that role. But when you're a brigade commander or a division commander, probably in this case, a brigade commander, be a brigade commander and command your brigade. Stay with your brigade. Don't ride off to have a meeting with, 3 or 4 other officers just because, you want to shoot the breeze or you're bored. Stay with your unit and command your unit, because something will happen and you will need to very quickly respond to it, and you won't be able to because you're away from your unit. Now, maybe the umpires will be generous and they'll, fudge it a little bit. That's okay, but that's not always going to be the case. And I've seen people leave their units, a turn or two's ride behind. And to me, that's just insane. That's dereliction of duty. You have superiors who are supposed to be making those higher level decisions and having those meetings and doing those things so that you don't have to. In this case, as a brigade commander, my job is to run my brigade. It's not to make strategic decisions. So I do that best when I'm with my brigade. So you're not going to catch me in too many meetings. They do happen. And at other times, other players will write up to you. And what do? But that's my job. That's what I'm doing. All right, little tidbit there on stay with your unit. And the umpires are still giving some reports and taking decisions, it looks like. But they're mostly good to go. I can see in Discord, as they move through the rooms. I guess that's the benefit of owning the server, is you see everything that goes on. I actually have to mute the server quite a bit because I don't want to see other people's communications and things like that. I'm very good about not clicking on them because I don't want to see them. It spoils my game. Plus, it's cheating. We don't cheat. But it's easier to just mute everything and turn it off. But I can't block the view entirely. So, for example, I see all the channels in blue. They're all lit up because they all have updates and they're not muted. But I can go through and mute them and gray them out. But it doesn't matter. So, if I turn them off, I have to turn around and turn them back on. It's just, you don't click on them. It's the one advantage to playing Kriegsspiel online, is you get to silo all the players in individual rooms. See how we've done here? And here we've done individual voice channels. So we can't communicate with each other or see what the other players see. We can't see their screenshots or their maps or anything, which preserves the fog of war. Because historically, if I was here riding at the head of this column, and we have other units back here, I wouldn't know what they see. I wouldn't be able to communicate with them. I'd have no knowledge of them. I would just have faith that they're there if they're told to be there, that my peers are doing what they're supposed to do, but I don't really know. And that uncertainty, that well, maybe, maybe not, is part of what makes Kriegsspiel so compelling, is because you have to grapple with that mystery, with that uncertainty that you don't have when you play a board game or a miniatures game. Really cool. Really cool stuff. Okay, all the umpires back at headquarters. Processing the turn. We've got red versus blue campaign, rockin' and rollin'. We can take a look at the red versus blue module, the master module. If I go to the workshop here, it's down below here, right? I uploaded this this morning. There it is. Red versus blue Reeswelt map. Got a few subscribers already. But this here is the map of the red versus blue world. And we're playing a Kriegsspiel campaign across this map now as we go. So here are the different nations: Vermilion, Altmark, Liesen, Blaureich, Zarkina, the Southern Duchy, Dorado, and then this is Abyssinia. So these are all the nations. And up here is one that we don't have a lot of stuff done on. It's called Karvik. It's like a Viking. It's Viking. That's what it is. So it's sort of a European analog, and each of the powers is being played by a team of people. Each team member has different roles: military, navy, ambassador, ruler, economic minister, whatever. And they're all doing different things. Oh, and there's little Fior here, a little autonomous duchy here. And yeah, it's pretty cool how the interplay between all the players, the politics of it is going on. Pretty cool stuff. What that campaign map is supposed to do is, as players interact on that map, if they fight a war or whatever, they'll come together and have battles, which we then bring here to this table with the map, and we play on here. We play battles on here. That way the players kind of drive everything. Now, in that campaign, most battles are going to be resolved kind of automatically by the umpires. They're not going to be resolved by the players directly. But we do anticipate there will be some scenarios where players will run the battles. So, we'll see how it goes. Alright, we are in turn 3. You know, I bet you I could keep track of that here on the turn track. It would be at the 7:30 turn, going into 7:45. Basically turn 3, and so far, waiting for an update. The slow speed at which the updates are coming in suggests to me, and this is a little bit of metagaming, that we're already in contact somewhere. That's why the game is moving so slow. So we'll see what happens. Why is the game moving so slow? Because people are fighting somewhere. And they've got to roll a lot of dice. Give complicated reports. Not to me, though. I don't even have eyes on the enemy. So. I may send a dispatch when I get to the top of hill 775. Let people know. Alright, looks like umpires are headed back out. We should be getting an update shortly. This one is important for me simply because I need to give new orders now that I am where I am. And in fact, I've got an image. And the image puts me exactly where I figured I was going to be, which is on top of hill 775. Now I have to make a decision. Where do I go from here? Alright, so let's go ahead and move ourselves up. Okay. And we'll erase this. And I take it I don't see anything. So, not seeing anything, I need to move to the next eminence, I think. I think I will move here to there. While I will send my second formation to here. Like that. So that's the commander's intent. Wonder if I should erase that and draw that differently. No, I think we should be fine.
Hello.
Hello.
Nothing changed. You've reached your kind of point, a destination where you wanted to be, and you've got no additional orders or no dispatches.
All right. New orders are in the screenshot I am posting now.
Yeah.
I am going to split my force just a little. I'll be proceeding to the top of hill 737 with the 1st Squadron and the baggage train. The 2nd Squadron will proceed to, well, it's also 737, but it's in the south. You see there?
I see it indeed.
Yeah, okay, so it's just me and the 1st Squadron in the baggage train in the red, and in the blue, the second 2 blocks of the 2nd Squadron.
Alright.
Okay?
Everything's good. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Alright.
Alright, well, those are the orders. Let's see how we do now. Let's erase some of this mess. So ideally we want to get here and look and see. And if at this point I don't see anything, I think I'll send a dispatch. Just as important as what you see when you're scouting is what you do not see. So if my commander is wondering, what's happening up north? And I don't send a dispatch, I just assume all is well. Then he's left with that wonder. He's left with that lingering question, which will make him be more reserved. It basically, he has to account for the possibility that something could be happening in my direction, which means he has to reserve forces to respond. So by communicating to him, hey, there's nothing going on up here, that then allows him to budget his forces differently, which is pretty important. It can make a big difference. So there we are. All right, we have a dispatch. A courier approaches you. Noises heard near 5th Division's location. Will be in position by the arrival of this dispatch. We'll keep in touch. Well, I don't know what 5th Division's location is or was, but this tells me that enemy forces are to the south, because I am the northernmost formation on the map. So somewhere around here is the enemy. I am now skeptical that I should proceed any further to the north, or to the south here. I think I need to more or less head this way now. That, because bad guys are around here and they're pushing in this way. So, and if they're already getting across that road, that's not good. If they're getting across that road, that means the road is blocked, and chances are we're going to lose. So we have to clear that road. Anyway, hopefully I spot the enemy soon and I have something to go on, and hopefully I spot them over here instead of over here. But I have a feeling it's going to be the latter. Noises heard near 5th Division's location. What does that mean? What noises? What kind of noises? Honking geese? Clucking chickens? Barking dogs? Old ladies telling their husbands, hey, you said you would clean out the garage? And the husband has to say, well, I'll do it like I said I would last year. You don't have to keep reminding me every year. My goodness. Will be in position by the arrival of this dispatch. Who will be in position? Is that you? Is that the noises? Do the noises go to position? I don't know. We'll keep in touch. Well, thanks. I'll call you. All right. Whoever it is, doing the best they can, I'm sure. But definitely want that person to start thinking a little bit more specific, because whoever you are, the dispatch isn't signed either. I don't even know the time it was sent. So whoever you are, I don't know. There's a lot of assumptions here. So I don't even know who to reply to. Not that I would reply. This dispatch is just a report. It doesn't require a reply. But, alright. There's not much to go on here, so we're not going to change our orders. Hey, puppies. Oh, I'm getting a visit from my dogs. Hey, Argos. Good boy. Oh, there's Zephyr. I don't know if they'll come on the camera. They're a little big to sit in my lap. Come here, Argos. Come here. There we go. There's Argos. There's Argos. Good boy. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you are. There's Argos. Good boy. Good boy, Argos. All right. Okay, good job. Good boy. Zephyr. Zephyr, he won't come up here. Come here, Zephyr. You'll stretch. He won't come up here. Zephyr. Argos isn't going to let him through. No, you want all the loves, huh? Okay. All right. So be it. All right. So all the umpires are now processing the current turn. Hopefully it'll only be 5 or 10 more minutes, and then we'll have a quick update. All right, another update, and it looks like we are on the road. And we have reached our positions, in fact. I'm assuming no enemy in sight. And he sent the wagon train with the baggage train with the 2nd Squadron. You're supposed to be with the 1st Squadron. Okay, so I'm going to move towards Sadawa. 2nd Squadron will end up in front of the 1st Squadron. And I will go to the head of the column.
Hello, hello. So far so good. All of your troops have executed your command, and you've also got no news and also no sight of.
Okay, I am sending you a screenshot with new orders, and I've sent a dispatch. Okay, I'm going to ride to the head of the column. I'm represented by the green arrow, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh dear. Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, now I receive a dispatch. Courier with similar accessories with the last one. Huffingly, puffingly gets to you with a message that reads, baggage train spotted southwest forest. Under redcoat control moving to engage. Again, this doesn't tell me much. Southwest forest. I don't know what the southwest forest is. Is it? No response to that because I don't know what that even means. That's not good. Alright, another update. We have reached this location. And it looked... they countermarched. Why did they countermarch? Look, we are countermarched on the screenshot. They weren't supposed to countermarch. Were they? No, they didn't. Alright, they followed the orders correctly. Alright. Let's see here. They're here. Now we're getting strung out. That's the other problem. And I guess the advantage of messing that up is now the train is with me, although between my other force. I need to find some high ground around here. Okay, here's my new order.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so far, everything's back to normal. You don't have the sight of an enemy just yet, and everything remains very silent for you.
Okay, I am moving to that new location.
Alright. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you want your baggage train to be left behind a little bit, because then you could speed up more, or do you want your baggage train to move up with you?
It needs to stay with me. I can ride ahead just a little bit, maybe no more than 400 paces. That'd be one square.
Alright.
But if we move slow, we move a little slow. But if I get in combat, I need that train.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, thanks. All right. Doing two things at once here in real life. But getting back to this, I don't want to leave the baggage train behind, even though it makes slow marching simulator for me. You know, I don't mind riding a little bit out front, but if I leave it behind, it could also be taken or intercepted or something, and that's a problem as well. It's going to take 30 minutes of in-game time to reach this height here. And again, I have no dispatches that indicate anything actionable to me. I don't have any information that, you know, hey, the enemy is actually here. We need you over here as quickly as possible. None of that information has reached me. I've received two vague dispatches that don't tell me anything. So I can't act. I don't even have a location. Southwest Forest. Every forest is Southwest Forest if you're northeast of it. And since I don't know the origin of the dispatch or any other identifying information, I don't know anything. I don't even know if these are genuine dispatches. These could be fake dispatches. For all I know, I just don't know. So until I have better information, I can't act. So here we are. Alright, it looks like umpires are back out. I should have an update momentarily, I hope. Although I don't expect much. I'm kind of hoping to get a dispatch with some actionable intel. Yay, and just like that, there is a screenshot. And he did put me a little bit out ahead. Right there. With the unit following. So notice the turns are moving a lot faster now. The Umpire's got their feet under him now. Okay, now Blaze Trail has a dispatch to me. Alright, and it says General Stryker has located the caravan near the woods by Oberdoblitz. Oberdoblitz, let's find that. Make sure it's not here. At one time I knew this map a lot better. Right here. It is under enemy control. Both Stryker near Sistwiz and Hugs near Lipa have been assigned to secure the baggage. I suspect the enemy force with the baggage is somewhat overextended, and you are to attempt to move behind the enemy south of Oberdoblitz to support Stryker and Hugs and prevent the caravan from withdrawing south. Alright. So the good news is, whether by luck or clever intuition, I don't know, I'm in exactly the correct location. And the only question now is, which way do I go? Do I go this way, or both? Or both. I think I do both. Alright, so let's drop these orders for my umpire. Okay. Alright.
Hello.
Hello!
Yeah, so far you still haven't encountered the enemy. However, you think that you can kind of make out horse noises and horse silhouettes to your southeast.
Very well. New orders are being posted.
Perfect. Alright.
And I'll have a dispatch.
Yeah, I'm having that.
Alright.
With what do you mean? Like, do you want your entire kind of force?
No, in two columns. So myself and the second squadron will move in the blue line.
Okay.
The first squadron will move down the red line. We're gonna meet up at the crossroads at Oberdoblitz.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I just sent in the dispatch in and I'll be relaying it. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you. Alright, now we're going to send a dispatch to our Commander-in-Chief at Unter Okay, the dispatch reads this. Dispatch received, no contact with enemy yet, but will move as ordered to expected contact at Oberdoblitz. Will support as directed. Okay. So, and just so people know, I've sent dispatch to Blaze Trail at Sistowitz approximately. And then I said from Marshall at Unter Doholitz at 0830. It actually says he's at Schlum. Clum. I'm going to have to edit that. Quick, edit it. Quick. There we go. Alright. Just cross it out and write the new one in there. Alright, so hopefully the courier reaches him. And doesn't get it intercepted. It's actually dangerous to send a courier right now. Because the bad guys are here somewhere. And if there's a courier that goes like this, whatever, if they go too close, they could be intercepted. So we don't want that. Alright, let's see what happens. Alrighty, we
Hello,
have.
Marshall.
Go ahead.
Hey, we don't have an umpire here. We're just.
Oh, who am I
Uh,
talking to? Not the umpire.
I don't know if Striker's meant to be here still because he doesn't look that close on my screenshot.
Well, did the umpires move him in?
Well, I was already with him, and then I ordered to move to you. So
Oh, okay. Alright, well, I have a screenshot. I have enemy cavalry at the top of Hill 700. Doesn't look like a good spot to charge.
yeah. Have you received my dispatch from 0800?
Yes, I did, and I replied to it basically saying I'm moving to this position.
Okay. I have not got that yet. You can
Okay.
just tell me now.
Yeah, alright, so
Um,
go ahead.
if you do you know where the wagon?
Hello, fellow generals. I'm here for Striker.
Am
Okay.
I still
Is
supposed to be
Striker
here?
meant to be with us, or?
Yep, it's allowed. Hendrik, you wanna go first?
No, I'll talk to Chillers first, and you can tell them. I'll be there shortly too. Actually, no,
Okay.
I'll stay here too.
Okay. So, Striker, your infantry continue following the tracks they found, and the wagons happily reach the position that you can see. And with the last of the energy you have from marching through the forest with a dirt road, you make it on top of a small hill there. You can see the cavalry to the south that Blaze should have mentioned, but it is not as clear, at least to you. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. And will he give the orders now, or should I proceed with Blazer and Marshall?
I'll give your. Go ahead, Hendrik.
Alright, yeah, Blazer and Marshall. You both can also see the two enemy cavalries just on the hill, like 400 paces to the south. You think you can see friendly forces, infantry, in kind of the southeast. You think it's Lord Hux because of the last reports of him. You receive reports from your one cavalry that you sent southeast that there is a lot of enemy infantry at the town of Resta.
Okay.
However, take into consideration that the right took a lot of turns, so it might be out of date now.
Okay.
Other than that,
I knew that already. But sure.
there is no, there's nothing more for you.
Do I know where the wagon went? The caravan with Fox in it?
Due to the hills, the way is obstructed, but you think it's going south because you can hear horses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give us a few minutes to talk, and then we'll go orders?
Yeah, no worries.
If you want to watch my stream, we can say that I brought out a map of the area or something and drew on it or something. You want to watch that?
Sure.
Marshall as well.
Okay.
Have you got my stream up, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So the general situation is Achilles. When I was in Clum, I saw a large infantry in this area. Achilles reports that they're CNC'd here, and there's large amounts of infantry and cavalry. So I think, since Sam Miller is on their team, they're trying a large flank attack round our left. Although luckily the caravan is on our right, so it seems like most of their army is as far away as possible from the caravan. So what I'm trying to order is basically for Lord Hubbs and ideally Marshall as well to come up behind it to prevent it from withdrawing while Striker attacks it from the front. Loggie's also holding it Clum still. There might be some infantry here. I've not seen this. It'd be kind of weird for this cavalry to be completely unsupported.
You better bring
So-
Loggy over. Either in the direction of Stresswitz or even to the southeast to distract that infantry, make them think that we're moving that direction.
Well, I've ordered Kelly's to basically try and get them to move eastwards. I might order Loggy to support them.
Yeah, yeah.
Because by this time, these guys might be reforming and marching up here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So it might be an
about.
idea. This is a pretty good defensive hill here, so
Okay.
although it doesn't really control the road, they've got artillery, so they can't exactly just march up there. But so, and once we get the wagon, we can just leave, because that's the only objective. So.
And where do we exit? To the north?
I would assume so.
Okay.
They're not.
All right. I'll flank around the south of the hill. I'll prevent him from moving that direction. I'll also screen to the south in case enemy infantry are coming up.
Yeah, I think the wagon's to the south of them here, although you're a lot faster than it because you're cavalry, so if you can try and catch it before it gets too far south, that'd be great.
All right, got it.
Striker, just try and keep this cavalry occupied. Just keep them occupied. Pin them down. Maybe farm square so you don't get charged. That sort of thing. I'm going to move and speak with Lord Hugs next time. So. Though I don't know if he's actually good on might, so I'll just write this down.
Okay, I'll try and make that work, I guess.
Basically, just keep eyes on this cavalry. Make sure they're not withdrawing too much. And if they do, try and pursue them.
I will attempt. I'll formulate something quick, I guess.
Okay.
Hello, Hendrik.
Hello. So, Striker giving you the orders?
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna stream it since I don't want to fucking.
Yeah, I didn't get them now.
Yeah. So essentially, I want them to like stay in column, but more or less be next to each other. So then, if something does show up, then well, specifically cavalry, then they're already kind of grouped together. They're just in a column. Yeah, just keep marching down towards where we hear the caravan. And I don't know, tell my leaders to be cautious for cavalry charges.
Got it. I take it the formation you have on screen is what you want me to do?
Yes. Preferably.
I'll try to. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, Marshall, I'll start with you. What's your orders?
I've posted in my channel 2 screenshots.
Ah, yeah, now I see them.
And there's 2 of them. One shows you where we're at now, and the other one shows you where I hope to be. But the general idea is anything that moves off Hill 700 towards the south or the west, we are to attack it. We are to intercept it. We are not to let it pass.
I believe the caravan's already moved south, so you're to try and
catch
it.
You know
south.
that it already moved.
Oh, well then.
So you're just to try and get somewhere to the south of it and cut it off, effectively.
Okay, I apologize then. No attack. We're going to in fact avoid attack, and we're going to try to get around to the south and intercept the caravan.
What's your plan? Sorry, what's your plan with the baggage train?
Leave it behind now. Now we have to move fast, no question.
Alright.
Yeah.
Perfect. Blazer trail? Oh, sorry.
Is Lord Hug still having mic issues, right?
He should have indeed some issues. But you can send him a dispatch.
Yeah, so there's no point co-locating. I'll just stay here then.
Alright.
Actually, No, there's no point going over to the east. This is the main area of action, so I'll stay here.
Okay.
No
Perfect.
orders, effectively.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I thought for some reason the wagon was on 700, but then I think you moved the little pawn off in your screen to indicate it had moved south. For some reason, I didn't comprehend that. I thought it was on the hill
Yeah.
and Loggy was going
I
to
should
take it.
probably. I mean, I can just use an actual wagon piece. There's no point using.
No, you did fine. You did just fine.
Yeah, but
And you corrected me as you should have when I was making my orders in error. So now we have the correct orders out, and I think we're very well placed. We're as well placed as we can be.
yeah. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this infantry is being redirected up here. But
Oh, I
Loggy
guarantee it.
should be able to counter that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it'll take maybe 2 turns to get a dispatch there, and then they'll need to turn all round, and by the time, and then
Yeah.
there's like another 2 or 3 turns to march up. So
Well, everything depends on, I guess, me catching that wagon and then hightailing it out.
yeah,
And I don't know if that wagon moves slow or if I can, as we asked Dave, put the guy on a horse and run.
I mean,
So,
if that was allowed, presumably they would have done it already. So.
I thought that we were protecting him, that he was moving in our custody and we were protecting him, not that we had to capture him.
He's by himself, but we're to capture him to save him from the British, effectively. So the British want to interrogate him because he killed the British Prime Minister.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, he was successful.
But we supported him.
Yeah.
In that. So.
Yeah, I get the motivation there. It's this is a good plan. I think you came up with a very good plan of battle. It's executing flawlessly, more or less. I mean, the enemy's doing what
A
they're
lot
going
of
to do.
that is just, I guess it was Sam Miller, but whoever just suggested that they go on this flank attack got really unlucky and that the wagon was on the complete other side of the map.
Yeah.
And they just committed almost their entire corps or whatever to as far away as possible as they really, really could be from the objective.
Yeah, that makes me a little sad. He does tend to... He's one of those mavericks that tends to break scenarios. So, I'm a bit of a maverick too, but I've learned not to do that so much because you draw the court-martial at least as often as you draw the medal. And it's better to just kind of follow orders and not get either.
Yeah. Achilles told me he's retreating to the woods instead of Sweaty. I'm not really sure where they are though, because
Achilles is going to be just fine.
Yeah. I've basically ordered him to just keep these guys occupied, keep them as far away as possible. I don't expect he'll keep the whole 3 brigades occupied, but he'll at least delay them in moving back up, which is really what they're meant to do.
Yeah, Sweaty, that's D4 at the bottom of D4, the bottom middle of tile D4, the top middle of D5.
Yeah, if you look at my stream there, this is roughly my guess as to where each of their divisions are.
Alright, let me put your screen up on the live stream so everyone can see what we're talking about here.
This might not exist. This is just sort of conjecture as to it would be kind of weird if this cavalry was way over on the flank with no support. Because they were way over here originally. So splitting your army with nothing in the center, I think, is weird. I mean, they might have done that, but...
I also have to say I like how you're doing your map. How you, as the corps commander, you're using the division markers rather than
Yeah,
individual pieces. You know, you're looking at it as a corps commander should look at it. I feel.
yeah, I like to do this when I'm. I also do this for like if I'm a division commander,
Mm.
to mark other formations because I don't know how Achilles has his individual squadrons located anyway. It doesn't really matter to him. So.
Right. Right. No, this is really good. Yeah, you know what you're doing. You're probably more competent than I am. I would guarantee it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, this is good. This is good to share on the live stream, and for people to see it and to see how at the different levels of command you'd even use different pieces. I've seen some people, including myself, at the top levels of command, putting out individual blocks for everything, and that's probably not the smartest way to display the information. So,
Yeah.
or alternatively, I just have a blank map and I'm just drawing making little markings on it.
Yeah, that's what I do sometimes as well.
Yeah.
That's what I did before we had these pieces with the scripts in them that you can mark stuff on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to finish this order to Lord Hugs though. I posted that. Well, I've got a report from Achilles. Enemy cavalry is withdrawn southwards towards original positions. Due south of Sveti. Okay, looks like they're beginning to move back up here.
Yeah, they're
All
pulling
this
back.
stuff. So.
Yeah.
But Achilles has done some disruption and hits to them, so hopefully they'll be at least a lot less effective, and Achilles can delay them some.
This will be really awesome if your two cavalry commands win the game for you. One pushing and the other one pulling, I guess, or
Yeah.
both pulling different directions. You know.
Yeah.
Achilles pulling their Schwerpunkt to the east for a few turns, and then me snatching the objective. But we'll see. I haven't scored anything yet. I could be a big zero.
Yeah. I've not seen the. I don't think I've ever seen the wagon in my screenshot so far.
Yeah, we have no idea.
The
What's
cavalry
going on.
is. That cavalry's moved roughly there. I don't know if there is any infantry here.
Hello guys,
I mean,
may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or Striker. Hello, Striker.
Hello.
The battalion, right? The generals say that they would rather go to it to keep the speed, as the ridges don't allow for 3-bit to effectively use the road. So the same formation tries to move with the 2-bit solution, and you go ahead until you see the other friendly infantry, and again a very faint visual of hostile cavalry. They're very good at staying out of your sight. You can tell me your orders later.
Okay.
Anything else you want to know about?
Nope, that'll do it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Marshall and Blazer Trail together. I think you've listened to what was already said. You can make out, you can see basically enemy cavalry to your south, with your units being very close to those. And I'm not sure if Bazi would say it, but you also see. Actually, wait, Bazi, did you tell him about other enemies or not?
I told them about faint visuals of cavalry to the south.
Yeah, then my point stands. You've gotten no reports from your other kind of cavalry that you've subjected to artillery, and also not from artillery.
Okay, are you ready for my orders?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, I need to be with my unit, not in the rear, having a meeting. So I need to ride to my men so I can command them. I need the first squadron, or whatever squadron it is out in front. I can't read the numbers, but the front squadron, the one that's closest to the south, most south,
Yeah.
they need to flank the enemy and get around them. They are not to engage. They are to go as wide as they have to flank the enemy and get around behind them, find that wagon, and secure the target, the objective. The second squadron is to ride directly into the enemy line to tie them down. But that other squadron is to get around by all means necessary, and they are not to stop. That is their purpose. That is their only objective. Secure the objective, and then get out back towards the west or the north.
Okay, and any orders for your other cavalry, the other two divisions?
Well, they're to move straight forward and attack to fix the enemy in their spot. They'll either drive the enemy and punch through, or they'll fix the enemy in that position so they can't block the first squadron that's flanking.
And you yourself?
I will try to ride with the first squadron if I can.
Okay.
But I want the first squadron to get out there. They're not even to wait for me. They're to just go.
Yeah, okay. So you want them to fix them in place, right?
Second squadron will. Well, I don't know who's the southmost blocks, if it's ones or twos. But the southernmost unit is to outflank by all means necessary. Get around the flank, secure the objective, and then get out. The other squadron is to move straight forward to contact and fix the enemy in place.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right, perfect.
Okay, Logi's just informed me that the box is moving into stress state, and he intends to engage from there. I'm not even sure how he saw that. It's quite far. But it's quite high hill.
That's where I want first squadron to go. Stress tits then.
Yeah, I'm going to tell Logi to not do that and to focus on delaying this infantry and supporting Achilles, because we've already got 3 divisions supporting stress tits. So there's no point Logi moving here. I have ordered Lord Hugs to move into stress tits. But yeah.
All right. All right. This is the big gamble. This is where the battle is decided. We'll know in 1 or 2 turns. Yeah, we've got about 1 or 2 turns of game left.
Blazer, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So do you want me to move into stressed tits, or however you say it?
You're to Hugs is to move into. I don't know if Hugs is even here still. He's not in voice channel, so. But let me try get this map right. So we've got Hugs is just about there, and then Striker's right there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, striker. I think it is better to have the bulk of our force in this line because then we can also defend against them if they're coming. So
So you want me
yeah,
to go to
striker.
Langenhof?
You are to move along this road and to stress it. Yeah, because Hugs is already deployed, so it'll be about the same time for either of you to get there. Even Hugs is slightly shorter, but he's not in column, so yeah. So you're to form up back into march column and move into stressed it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marshall, you're doing well, yeah. And
Yeah, I mean it all depends on whether or not I can get around. You know, if I'm able to get around on that flank and close the distance fast enough, then hopefully we secure the objective. Otherwise, it's over.
yeah.
So
Yeah, just call him down the road, Baspec,
All right,
towards
got it.
Stressitits. And then I don't know if
Yeah.
we're gonna get there in time, but if we do get there in turn, then start deploying firing lines along the outskirts of the city.
Okay, outskirts of the city. Got it.
yeah, if I had a bigger
you, Striker.
command, I'd move to Niederprim or Problus, whatever. But I think the fastest thing is just to move on our favorite named town of Strestitz. I'm sure someone out there who speaks German will tell us how to pronounce that correctly.
Well, this is in Czechia, so it'd be Czech. But
oh well, then there you go.
Although I think this is a German map, so they might actually be like Germanicized, whatever the German version of Anglicized is. For
right. Yeah, who knows? Someone knows, not me.
Let's just call
I've ordered Loggy to engage these guys and keep them occupied.
Okay. Alright, we'll go back to Blaze Trails map here so everyone can see that. They should separate us out, but I don't know if they will.
Well, we're, if you look at the screenshot, we're within like 400 paces of each other or so.
Yeah, I think in the official rules it's like, I want to say 800 paces. It's something ridiculous.
Yeah, or 1,000 or something.
Yeah,
I suppose
ridiculous.
you can say it represents like very fast message traffic where it would take a whole turn to get a message across.
Yeah.
So.
But even
Plus, I sort of imagined that you were moving around a bit in the turn because you wouldn't just stand in one place for 15 minutes. You'd like ride up and down the line to get a better view of what's going on.
Well, I'd be with my command.
Anyway, go ahead.
That's one of my pet peeves is commanders who don't stay with their commands. You know, in particular lower level commanders, and commanders who neglect their baggage trains. They just leave them behind for nothing. You know.
Yeah.
Now I'm having to leave mine behind because I have a mission that requires me to move fast. But barring that, you've issued me a baggage train because you want me to have a baggage train, not leave it behind somewhere. So
I suppose with cavalry it's a bit different because they've got to be fast, and having a baggage train can slow them down a lot with them. So.
Well, like
but if you're infantry,
like anything, it's going to depend, you know. So like the first several turns of the game, I didn't leave it behind. I extended about 400 paces or so in front of my formation. But I kept it with me because what if I run into the enemy? Well, I need those supplies quickly. On the other hand, now that I have a mission, I've left it behind because I've got to move fast. It's situational.
Yeah. Okay, so Loggie's supporting Achilles here. I'm not entirely sure where this infantry is, but unless they're ridiculously stupid, they're probably moving in this direction. They were around here a couple turns ago. Achilles will be delaying them, but it's probably something like that.
Stryker, were you the one who was sending the dispatches to me earlier?
I believe so, yes.
Ah. Tell me who you are and where you are at on the map, so that way I can act upon what you send me, because I didn't even know if they were real dispatches or fake ones, or I didn't know where you were, so there wasn't much I could do.
Yeah, I was worried that they would get captured, and I didn't want to give away too much, so I was praying that you remembered the briefing at the beginning.
Right, but I didn't know who it was from, so I think in one you said 5th Division or something.
Yeah.
But even then, I kind of sort of figured roughly, but it wasn't, yeah. It's okay if it gets captured. They rarely get captured, and, well, I mean, no, it's not okay if it gets captured, but it's more important that I have that information, because then I can truly move to support you. Otherwise, I just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, this is my second game,
Uh-huh.
so I'm a little new to this, but I'll figure it out.
Well, I will say, good job sending dispatches then. So at least you're communicating. So, anyway. Yeah, we have kind of a standard protocol for dispatches, but you can leave stuff off if you're in close proximity to the enemy and you think there's a good chance the dispatch will be intercepted. You might leave it off. But yeah, you put to and from, the time, your location, and often we play where you have to put the location of where the writer is supposed to deliver the message. Not always. They're not doing that today in today's game. And your play-by-posts we usually do. Well, in any case, we've all done pretty well. Just to be this close to winning, I don't know whether or not we'll actually catch that train, but I think everybody has more or less done what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty...
Loggy probably had a bit of a boring game, honestly, because he was just holding it in this hill, although he has ordered thing here and stuff.
Yeah. No, I can't identify any mistakes made by blue team, any significant mistakes, Maybe I made a mistake, they'll say, when I didn't leave my baggage train behind on turn 1. I don't know, but...
I mean, you're cavalry, so you're faster than the yellow baggage train, so if you can just disengage and get around their flank, you will eventually catch it. This cavalry is kept occupied.
Well, the question is, where's that infantry at? If that wagon reaches their infantry or vice versa, it's game over.
Yeah.
So a lot of it depends on the positioning of their infantry relative to that wagon. And yeah, I think we should get around them.
I mean, I suppose we've not actually had a proper engagement yet with the bulk of our infantry. We just had some skirmishing on the cavalry with Achilles.
These are the These are the kind of battles that I like, though. Because this is reality. It's about that maneuver. And once you maneuver in, once you join battle, that's just the formality. You know?
But I think literally the only people who've actually seen combat are Achilles and whoever these cavalry and infantry are. But I mean, that's fine. I mean, ideally you win without having to fight at all. That's... yeah.
I felt like I should have caught up in the forest since they were on a dirt road, but oh well.
Hello, Striker. Got your screen?
Alright. Yeah, just continue the march.
Yep. And you hear agony of men and horses to your southwest.
Good, I guess.
And
But...
only a slight report from 5th Regiment. They say that there's another infantry regiment ahead of them. Friendly. Just marching ahead.
Wait, did they say where exactly they saw them?
South of you, in front of your march.
In the town?
It's friendlies marching into the town.
Okay, interesting. If we have friendlies in the town, then is there any point in me positioning myself there, or am I just a delaying action? Blazer? Hello?
Sorry, I'm eating, so I'm muted. So, what were you asking?
Marshall, you don't see yourself.
No,
You are the one that's kind of in the middle of the other two commanders.
oh, I shouldn't be there. I should be with my troops.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't want to risk actually go into battle. So I thought your general staff might advise you to stay back.
Shouldn't you be with your flanking force? Isn't that?
Yes, that was my order.
I understood it. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I'll
Okay.
just say you
Well,
your
ask
general staff-
ask the lead umpire, because sometimes the umpires make mistakes and we have to live with it. That's okay. That's part of the game.
Yeah.
See if you want to either go ahead and move me up, or if you want to say, nope, you didn't make it. You're back here.
I'll just say your general staff advised you to stay there, but next round you will go with the other troops.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
Orders remain the same. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to go to Lord Hug's position, speak with him, or just go to
Yeah,
Stressed.
there's still a problem with Lord Hux not being able to talk.
Even if I can't talk to him, I'll just move to that position anyway.
Alright.
Wait, Lord Hugs can't talk? That's the greatest ever.
Any other orders?
Yeah, strike.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if the 5th Cavalry that's with us is to be put under Marshall's command if it's not already been.
Okay,
And
then it's put under your command, okay. Nothing more? Okay.
And you've got the dispatch to Logie, yeah?
Sorry, yeah, I saw that one. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did see that one.
Okay. And the one to Lord Hug's.
I also saw that.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Anything, Striker?
Yeah, so you said I saw friendlies in the town in front of us. So, Blazer, because there's friendlies in the town, do you still want me moving there and positioning myself there?
It's hard to read the counters, so I'm not sure. Is it you that's deployed, or are you in column?
I'm in column on the road right now. I am directly west of, like, the middle of my column is directly west of Langenhof.
Yeah, so the head of it should be in Strestitz, yeah?
No, well, the head of it is in between, like, the, I don't know, the crossroad.
On my screenshot, the head's in Strestitz. That's weird.
You want to ask about it?
I don't know. The head of my column is basically on the 700 elevation line.
Is it from last turn, maybe? They've not updated it.
Alright, so the players are sorting things out. On my map, I'm stuck in the rear. So the latest screenshot that I have shows these three elements engaged with me right about here. And then I guess these two cavalry elements have in fact made it around on the flank. But it's unclear exactly where they're at. It looks like they're somewhere around here, like that. And then I have these other two elements which are now engaged, and then there's a third element, or a fifth element I should say, which I'll just copy this block, it doesn't matter, is also engaged here. So all these units are now engaged. And then I am back here. There's a line back here of infantry. And I am back here with this line in some capacity. The line is kind of concave in its orientation. It's a little bit more spaced out. Kind of like that. That's pretty darn close. And then I'm here with two other officers, which is not where I want to be. These guys are a little further forward. Anyway, this is the current situation. I'm supposed to be up here with these guys, and the idea is they're making that dash to get that wagon. Boy, is that an awful error or what? But this is the idea. Or whatever, you know, hopefully they see it and they're just doing it. But I worry that being separated from my command is going to doom this effort here now, and we lose. We'll find out soon. Anyway, let's rejoin the chat.
They're going to be firing.
You can talk, sorry.
Yeah. Anything else, Striker?
I'll send the dispatch, but I need to type it out quick.
Yeah, it's fine. Take your time. You have until the next screenshot. See you then. Thank you, Striker. Go ahead,
Yep.
Hendrik.
Okay, so now you told me you want to move next to Lord Hux. So now you want to move to Logi?
Yes, I thought Lord Hugs was Logie, but I'm aiming to stress that and whoever's in there.
All right. Okay. Perfect. Good. Yeah. Marshall, you think you should be in another channel?
Yeah, I do. Well, right now I'm not. I need to write
right
ahead
now
to
you're
my.
not.
I need to write ahead to my lead element and command them, because they're the
I
ones
was
that are.
confused because someone moved you into another channel. And
No, I moved
what-
myself so I could talk to my live stream.
yeah. Okay. Perfect. Then.
Yeah.
See you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't think I've been moved ahead. All right. Well, one or two turns we should be at the tail end of this now. So,
Yeah.
you know, and for everybody on the live stream, Kriegsspiel games are not typically played to the bitter end. They're played until a decisive result is reached or a lesson is illustrated. So they can even be ended even before we reach this point. It just depends on what the umpire or the professor is trying to illustrate for the cadets or the officers. You know, obviously in the military, you're not going to waste time playing something out to the bitter end. It's you know, being used as a training tool. But when we play for fun, we're playing for fun, and sometimes it is fun to play to the end, or at least to a decisive result. So typically we play to a decisive result. And that's what you're going to see here. We're going to get, in the next turn or two, yes, you can catch him, no, you can't catch him, and then that's it, it's over. And then we'll go into the debrief, the critique, and, you know, review the lessons learned. I like the way that we ran the critique a month or so ago now, the last game I ran prior to Halloween, where I took the commanders aside and said, what do you think the other team's objective was? You know, how well did you suss out what the other team's supposed to be doing? So that's a great way to kind of deconstruct what's going on in everyone's head. And then you show them the map. You don't show them the map until after you've spoken to all of the players, got their assessment. What do you think your opponent's objectives were? How do you think you did? What was your objective? And then you show everyone the map after they've spoken. That can be very insightful.
Yeah, because sometimes you can have one player might think they did really well, but then when you reveal the whole map, they realize that the other half of the army is completely routed and they were the only part that held.
Yeah.
And then they needed to consider the more sort of grand picture of it.
Yeah. That happened to me quite famously during the Christmas coup battle, now over a year ago, I think. No, that was done in January of this year. But at my front, I was doing really, really well. I was having incredible success. But everywhere else along the line, I was losing miserably. I don't think I was losing miserably, but I was losing. And then, of course, things happened that were far beyond my control and apparently the Umpire's control. And we got the result that we got. But that's exactly what happens. You have this limited perspective on what's happening to your front, and you don't have that peripheral vision. You don't know what's going on to your right and your left. And you can absolutely think you're doing amazing when in reality the whole army's being crushed around you. So that does happen. Well, let's see what happens. They're going to drag us up to the room and debrief us any minute now. It's been a slow game, but it's picked up lately.
I wonder how far this infantry columns from west are now.
Yeah, we have no idea without reports.
What was the last report of them? So the last one was half an hour ago. And they were slowly falling back from Sveti at that point. So So in 2 turns they can go fight. Presumably they'd be delayed somewhat by so they're actually quite bearish. Which is actually not too bad. The Floggy can set up there, and then you think this will be the final turn then?
Yeah, probably because at the end of this turn, we should know what the result's going to be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we should know if it's even possible to win. Now, it might be possible. It might be that the infantry's there and there's going to be a little fight or something. In fact, I just got a screenshot, and it
Oh, they're a lot
looks...
closer than I thought.
Yeah, on my screenshot, we're pretty damn close to done.
Yeah, it looks like we've lost, effectively.
Yeah.
Although we are winning that fight, so I suppose there's that. But...
Well, everything
Hello.
Hello.
Excuse me, I'm barging in. Striker, you got your screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Yep. While your troops were moving into the lines you mentioned, they spot red code infantry to your south, and you both trying to arrange a line at the same time. The fire gets exchanged, and the battalions are looking just fine. The rest of the column is getting into position, and the wagons are in a safe location. You can also see the remnants of a bit of the cavalry fire to your west. Anything else you want?
Uh, let me check quick.
If you wanna give orders, I'm gonna be back in a bit.
Wait. So the 4 that are shooting, and I'm assuming the 2 behind them are mine, right?
Yep.
Is Logi co-located with us at this point?
I believe it should be soon. I'll ask about it right now.
Well, it might be that this game continues then.
Well,
it does look like we're winning this fight, so...
It looks like we get one more chance to do the intercept. So this is definitely the last turn. My orders are very simple. It's all or nothing. Go for broke. Do the intercept. And we make it or we don't.
I can see the baggage. I can see the baggage behind them. I think we're going to need to break through them effectively.
Yeah, I'm about 800 paces away from the objective.
Oh, we shouldn't be co-located then, should we?
No, we shouldn't be, but it's a done deal. There's nothing you guys can do at this point to make a difference. It's all down to whether this squadron of mine gets through or not. So
I don't want to say too much since we're not co-located, so...
Yeah. Well, I can move into another room. Why don't I do that?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I think I should be with Logi as well, so...
Good luck.
Thanks.
See you at the debrief. Alright, and yeah, if you look at this here we are right here. The objective is here. Either we punch through or we don't. I don't think we do. We got trees. We got a village here. They have reinforcements. They have at least one intact, squadron or half squadron or whatever here. I think it's over. But I will wait for my umpire to speak to me. We're going to go all in. Does my umpire play poker? Does he know what that means?
Hello.
Hello, Heinrich.
Yeah, so you can see your situation right now. You are very close to the enemy, with only you and your two carriers. You can clearly see the enemy wagons, and you're running out of time, so you gotta act quick.
Do you play poker?
No.
No. Do you
Well,
know? Do you know what it means to go all in poker?
yeah, I was thinking about this too. You could you could all in.
That's what we're doing. We're all in. We're all in. Snatch the objective and get out. There's.
Okay, so your plan is to all in, grab the wagons, and move out, or do you want to all in and engage someone?
I want to go all in, and I want to grab Marshal Fox and get out with him. I don't care about anything else. I just care about the man.
You want the man, okay.
That's the objective, isn't it? I don't know what the other wagons are.
Well, your objective basically is to capture all the wagons.
Okay, well then we go in and we try to get the wagons. I will ride in with my troops. I will probably die in the process, but I take my sword and my pistol and I go in with them. And we go all in. We go all in. At a minimum, we'll settle for getting the man out. We'll try to get the wagons out. If we can't get the wagons out, we'll destroy them. But we go all in.
Okay, so it's either capture or kill.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
And yeah, worst case, we might have to kill Marshal Fox.
Well, in worst case, you're dying yourself, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Good.
we can't let the enemy capture him alive. So,
Understood, perfect.
okay. All right, that's it. That's it. That's going to be game, set, match right there. We're going all in. I will put this picture up here. I could recreate it on my screen. It doesn't matter, but this is it. So, I don't think we win. I think I die. If this were real life, I might not necessarily give this order, but I also might. It just depends on how patriotic and committed I feel at the time. You know, this is like for my country, right? King and country kind of a thing. Or whatever blue represents. So, I can't not give the order. That would betray my team. So I kind of have to give this order. It's what we call a Hail Mary pass, right? You throw the ball up into the air and hope that you have a receiver at the far end of the field who can catch it. It's, you know, the odds are not the best, but you just chuck it into the end zone and see what happens. What else can we do? So, All right, we're waiting for. It should be the end here. The umpires are probably rolling whatever they're going to roll, and then they're going to pull us up, I would imagine. we're still standing by. Just waiting. Let's check the YouTube, by the way. It's been very quiet on YouTube today, but that's because Achilles and Lord Hugs, probably a couple others who typically comment, are actually playing today. I want anybody to know that you are free to join these games. You can come play anytime you want. Join the International Kriegsspiel Society on Discord. Discord is free. Tabletop Simulator, I think, is like $20 US. You really do want to have it, but if you don't have it, you can usually figure some way to work around it. So it's not a must. It's a nice thing to have. It's very nice to have, but it's not a requirement. We'd rather have you here more than anything. So. Argos is dreaming or having a dog nightmare or a dog dream. I don't know. Argos? Poor puppy. Sparking in his sleep. That's funny. Oh man, are they really doing one more turn? I don't know. Still no movement yet. I do wish I could be in the umpire room. I did volunteer to help umpire, but I really wanted to play, I think. I think a number of things come down to some die rolls. I'd probably have to get lucky. 2 or 3 die rolls in a row, I should say, to win the scenario. In fact, it doesn't look like we won. I've just got a report. That doesn't look like a win there. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. So that's the 9:45 screenshot. We'll see. I don't think this is a win because he has 1 unit here, but if this unit's lucky, that could be what's delaying the end of the game because this is happening here. These units are starting to give way, which means if this line here pushes in, we could see a favorable result. So it looks like the Hail Mary pass was caught in that we caught the objective. What's unclear is if the receiver makes it to the end zone or not, which is, it's really dicey here. I don't know that it happens, but we'll see. Maybe my presence there will be decisive. I don't know. But looks like these units are going to push through. This line's not going to hold, especially if this other line pushes in. But that's still, 5, 10, 15 minutes of action or so. And there's reinforcements here, but I think they're cavalry reinforcements. So, yeah, I don't know. This is stalled for the time being, for sure. So, it is up in the air. It looks like we're going to go at least another turn. I'll leave this up. And my Empire will probably come to me last here in a minute.
Hello, Marsh.
Hello.
Yeah, you can see your situation.
Yes.
Your cavalry got pinned down and they're really, I'd say, disrupted and close to surrendering. The
Okay.
other one is kind of in a brawl with the enemy cavalry, and both of them have taken some hits. You yourself remain unharmed, but there's also a lot of enemy troops moving to your location.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there anything I can do? I'm gonna do it. Whatever I can do to get to the objective and secure the objective, that's what I'm gonna do. So my orders remain unchanged. It's capture Marshal Fox and get him out of there.
All right,
Okay?
perfect.
So I may have to do some heroics.
Yeah, you gotta do.
Yeah, that's all I can do. So I'm all in. I'm committed. So no
Okay.
change otherwise then. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Thank you. All right, the order is given. Now we just wait to see what happens. All right, still waiting. They're probably running one more turn. Um, They may call it after this, but I think it would still be indecisive. Like, if we were to see this infantry attack go in and be decisive, it'd take about 2 more, and it's contingent upon the fact that no further substantial forces are coming up here to intercept. So if he has another infantry or another force coming up to relieve this line, then red could win. Otherwise, I think, unless they get very lucky here against blue, blue can sweep in and win the day. I don't know what's over here, but it looks pretty bad. It's got that black disruption token. That usually means it's shattered. Pretty bad state. So that's where that is.
you want to have a go at bringing everyone else up from the blue team? Have a
Yeah,
go.
why not?
I'm bringing a striker. Ah,
All right, there is the end. Let's hear what the umpires have to say.
Well, that, I guess, answers that question.
I banished for some reason. Am I? Ah, sorry.
Yeah, you're all being brought in for the final debrief.
Will there be a live stream of the umpire table, or is it possible to join that table?
Yeah, could somebody live stream, please?
Yeah, the table, the server is IKS gunpowder plot.
I
If-
would stream it, but I'm having technical issues with the display.
And what's the password?
IKS lowercase.
Thank you.
Yeah, is any actually Dave was saying that he was having a few problems with his internet connection as well. So is there anybody on the umpire team that does have a decent connection?
I looks like I might be able to do it.
Oh, okay, there you go. We'll just wait until everyone is in and ready to hear the spiel. I think that's everyone in.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
What did you say the name of the
game's
server
not
was?
showing up.
It's IKS gunpowder plot.
Huh. I'm not finding anything.
I can't see it either.
You're friends with me, Achilles, on the thing.
Yeah.
If you just press friends only, it'll come up with the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it should be. I think we are friends on Steam.
Maybe we're not because I'm not showing you either.
Oh, jeez.
Ow.
Just
Wow,
if
how did that happen?
if you just type in brigade, you'll find it.
Okay.
It should be.
Wait until everyone's.
That's how I found it.
Okay.
What was the password again?
IKS
IKS.
lowercase.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
I can't find the server, but I'll just watch the stream. It's fine.
Okay. We'll give it a few more seconds just in case people are moving into the
I've found it. What's the password again?
IKS. All lowercase.
What's the name of the game again?
Gunpowder.
Something is brigade. No, actually, gunpowder.
Yeah, just type in brigade and it'll come up.
Great. Huh.
There we go. I think we've actually filled the server up, so there might not actually be another space now.
Yeah, it's not loading.
Yeah. Snooze you lose, but Dave has got a live stream up now, so
okay.
you can watch it on Dave's screen there. Okay, everyone, I think is happy, so we can start having a quick debrief. As you were aware, the Houses of Parliament were blown to pieces, along with most of the members of Parliament, and more importantly, the Duke of Wellington also died in this situation. So the Brits are pretty peeved. They didn't know actually that the French were complicit in helping Marshal Fawkes in this particular endeavour. And Fawkes managed to escape to Bohemia, where the local authorities took him into custody. And both British and French forces became aware of that and decided, well, for the French side, well, we don't want the British to know that we were involved in this situation, and the British just basically wanted to find the people that had done this nasty thing and get retribution upon them. So as it stands, even though the players know that the French were involved. It would appear the French have actually won this particular engagement and secured Marshal Fawkes themselves, based upon the current situation. I know it's not over, but we don't like to see too much blood on the streets if we can help it. So this is a French victory as it stands. So I won't go into too much detail about the actual battle, but I will allow my umpire team to quickly tell me about their thoughts and feelings on the game. So, Dave, do you want to tell us how you felt the battle went?
I think Sam was a hero in doing what he did. He was alone for 75% of the battle. I did find it quite interesting how pretty much everyone but Sam decided to march eastwards over to Restar and Sveti. I was wondering what the thought process was behind that. It was just an interesting thing to see, and then obviously everyone was just kind of ganging up on Sam while Sam was trying to fight a rearguard action, trying to get these wagons back to Probrius, and then as you can see, this is what happens to the British forces once the French converged. But I think it was well played all. It was fun to watch, and it was fun to umpire. It was a good job all. But yeah, I was just want to know what Red was thinking, sending 80% of its forces
We
east.
will ask them. We will ask them, absolutely. I should really say about Lockie and Lord Hugs. So Lord Hugs didn't have an ability to watch the screen. Sorry, he was able to watch the screen, but he wasn't able to speak too much. So I don't even know if you can actually hear me. But anyway, he was the one guy that didn't actually get to fire a shot. But ultimately, he's probably the guy that would have secured the objective in the end, because he's coming in completely fresh into this situation here. So Lord Hugs done well without really firing a shot. So kudos to him. And Lockie, he held a very good position, if that position was the actual objective for a long period of time. But then he did come down, and again, he did take care of business, especially the horse artillery hitting the squares on the east of the battlefield, and his other infantry did a good job trading with the British infantry there. So he did his bit. It's just, without knowing it, he possibly could have brought his the artillery up a little bit sooner and been a bit more effective there. But anyway, the French still won from there. So we'll now go to Loritz, or Ioritz. Can you tell us about your umpiring experience and the players that you looked after?
Yep. So I was umpiring the main British column in the east. So both Sniper and Cookie got towards Vrestar and then towards Sveti, while the British CIC, KB, go to Rosnitz. And they were all engaged against a single cavalry regiment, a child's cavalry regiment. So they all focused against him, and then it was only after a long period of time that they saw that it was only cavalry here, and they starting but by that time they starting to fall back towards Probus. So yeah, it was for the British Army, it was mostly a marching simulator game. So but at the end, when they were engaged by the French, Sniper had to go, unfortunately. So it was exactly at the same time that he was killed in Speti by the French, by a few men from the French cavalry because he wanted to make a reconnaissance into the village. So, and yeah. Well, I don't know what to add, really.
You've already said it. Thank you for that. It's okay. Yeah, I was going to say the movement of the British staying in the east for so long and then having to rush back. That wasn't so good for you because you were already disrupted when you engaged the French forces. So that did impact on your effectiveness in that fight. So it's something to think about there. But then you never know. It's Kriegsspiel. You might have been absolutely fantastically positioned on the east, and that would have won you the battle. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So, all right, we will go to Hendrik. This is Hendrik's first time at umpiring, so yeah, I'm very interested to know what you thought about it.
Well, yeah, actually, I think it was great fun. So everybody was quite nice, and everything worked pretty well. So yeah. Talking about the players, I think Marshall was like out of the fight for at least the first half of the entire game, was lurking around in like a top left-hand corner. But I think after a time, he went into the battle very well, and I think the suicide charge in the end also proved successful, with at least holding the kind of line and don't letting the wagons escape. Yeah, Achilles. I particularly liked how your one dispatch was intercepted, the first one you sent. Also, I think you tried to kind of lure the infantry to you, but this also didn't work in the end. There, I think you did good in drawing a lot of the forces eastwards at first, which also might have kind of helped the entire team, because otherwise they would have possibly helped with the main engage in the center of the map. Yeah, Blazer. I think your two cavalries that you sent out to scout were actually very helpful also for you, because the one in the west kind of spotted the wagons, and also the one in the east also spotted some infantry at Resta. So I think the splitting up strategy of the cavalry was very successful and well done. So all good job.
Excellent. Right, cheers for that, Hendrix. All right, so Basipek come in about a couple of hours into the actual meet here. So Basipek, I know you were looking after one of the players for us. So yeah, what's your thoughts on how the battle went and how you felt, how good it was for you?
The battle was very interesting, as always. I really liked the efforts of the Redcoats in delivering the wagons. I believe they did very well, and seeing them just zoom through everything was quite fun. I believe Striker did very well with his part, being the Yang on the northwest side, because the Redcoats had a small force, while the Blues had a lot of the troops there, and the opposite was the case on the east, which was also quite funny, and which is why Ekile was struggling. I think that the Brits deserve more cheering because of their efforts and the fascinating speed, but it still goes without saying that the French won very well. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Basipek. Okay, we'll switch over to the players now. So we'll have the victorious French commander speak now. So I believe that was Blazer.
Okay. So our sort of initial strategy was, can I draw? Okay, our initial strategy was to
I'll
have
promote you so you can draw. There you go.
I think I already can.
Okay.
Anyway,
okay.
so our initial plan was to have a forward screen of cavalry around here, coming from either side, to delay the enemy long enough to allow our infantry to form up, and an additional couple squadrons of cavalry to search the road and bring back the wagon. Although part of the way into the game we discovered enemy cavalry in this general area who had captured the wagon. So that was discovered by Marshall and one of our divisions here. So we had 2 divisions here, 1 here, and cavalry on the flank. So I ordered 1 division, Hug's division. I think this was Stryker's division here, 5th, and Marshall to basically try and envelop the cavalry, but that didn't really work. They managed to get out, and they managed to sort of kept pursuing them and trying to outflank them all the way down to Stress Peak. While this is going on, I realised that the main bulk of the enemy army are in this area, Restar and Sveti. So I order Achilles to try and just draw them out as long as possible, drive them as far east as they can, and then just try and delay them coming back when they eventually realise that they're there. So I think well done to Achilles for facing almost the whole enemy army just with a couple cavalry regiments and managing to. I think Achilles was probably the one who won the battle really. If one player was the winning player. Then eventually we get down here. We fail to grab the baggage and just run. We realise we need to actually fight a battle. So we deploy here with the British opposite. Marshall's trying to grab it round the flank while the infantry are assaulting from the front, with Achilles sort of harassing any reinforcements coming along. And then the assault basically worked out, and we grabbed the baggage with still a brigade in reserve. So, yeah, that's pretty much the game.
Cheers, Blazer. Okay, now for the gloriously defeated KB.
That draw on the map.
Had to pick a place, I think. But yeah, I'll promote.
Hello.
You can now draw.
Okay.
You might need to pick a color on the.
Yeah, probably needs to pick a color.
I don't know how to do that, man. I don't know this thing.
Scroll down, I think.
Oh well.
I'll tell you what. I'll
yeah.
become black and you become pink, and then yeah, if you become pink, you'll be able to draw. I think. No.
I don't know.
There you go. Oh no, you had it.
Okay.
You had it.
Okay. I have color now. I don't have color now. Oh my god. I'm such a boomer at this thing.
Now you have color.
There we go. I become color. Okay. Yeah. So essentially, the plan was that like most of our force started. Most of our force started over here and here, and then we had one cavalry start up here.
KB, use some thick lines if you can.
Are these thicker?
It's fine. Let him just do it.
So anyways, we had and then we had one unit start down here, I think. So essentially, the plan was to deploy both of the infantry over to Restad and Sveti, and the cavalry to scout this area. Because the overall goal was to escort the prisoner to Kaliningrad, I think. And then the first were going to go behind and try to pressure them to prematurely attack us. Where the cannon were going to be set up here. Now, I was very surprised, and it was almost a bad thing. Well, it could have been much better, but I was very surprised that instead of pressuring the enemy, Sam, which I would have done the same, just captured the enemy. So I didn't learn of this until maybe 15-30 minutes after it happened, and then I had to hastily dispatch orders to remaneuver and go defend Stresitits and Problus. And at the time, one of my generals had also been killed in action. So it was quite a chaotic point of view from my end.
Okay, KB, all right. Thanks for that. Okay, so we'll pick out some notable people. So it seems like Achilles had a rather good game. So Achilles, if you want to tell us about your glorious encounter here.
Well, let's see. I got to do the first mission of cavalry, which was find the enemy, and that didn't take very long because they were right there. I started out just north of Sweaty in that region, and I was heading down towards the Milovets Road when I ran into enemy cavalry right away. And at that point, there was also I also got information of enemy forces to my west, which would be west of Sweaty. So I considered that there was a significant enemy force in the area, and then we spotted an enemy general not long after that. So I knew there were probably heavy forces in the area. It looked like a senior commander. So we fell back to the northeast after a short, sharp fight, both at Sweaty and just to the southeast of it. We fell back, kind of recover my forces because we took a pretty good hit in that first engagement, and then the enemy started moving away from us. And that was when I got Blazer's first dispatch. Actually, I think, yeah, it was first of two, the only two that I got from him. And I want to congratulate him. 5 gold stars to Blazer because his dispatch was perfect. Not only did it arrive at a good time, but it gave me a general overview of the situation as he was aware of it on the whole field. And he gave me very clear intent, very clear command intent, which that carried me through the rest of the game because I knew what my role was from that point on and what I needed to do for the overall plan. And so all I had to do was act on it. And that's a rare thing, so thank you very much. From that point on, the enemy started to move away from Sweaty, and so I started to chase him. Basically, I was shadowing him, and I shadowed him all the way through what's the name of it? Restar, and was closing the gap. And there was a brigade or whatever that was in front of me, in column going down the road. So I closed the gap on them to get within range. And told the umpire, if they go into square, we won't charge. If they stay in column and keep marching, we charge them. And my goal here was to get them to go into square because I just wanted to get them to stop moving. I got the second dispatch from Blazer saying essentially to do exactly what I just did, which was keep those guys from going east, or I'm sorry, west. And so that's essentially what we were doing. And then at that point, I dispatched a couple of my battalions to the south just to get a better look at what was going on towards the town. It looks like they ran into something going down in there, but we were essentially holding that brigade in place from that point on because they couldn't move. And that was pretty much it.
Okay, Achilles. Right. Well, thanks for that. Okay, we'll jump over to Sam because Sam had an interesting battle today as well. So Sam, if you're there, over to you.
Well, I can say it was an interesting battle today. I did start at low health, like at age 3, and to be honest, I think I didn't listen to the plan from our commander in chief, so that's why I have gone north. And from my luck, I did encounter the VIP. So I just basically grabbed him and have gone south. But like literally the entire French army was behind my back. So it was a hot pursuit, which was kind of interesting. But like in the end, they almost got me. Uh, I had sent many switches to my commander in chief to send help because I had the VIP. Uh, but I think help did arrive a bit too late since they were all tired already, and the French only had to open the door to get to the city of Publius. Uh, yeah, but overall, I think I did my job as best as I could. But I was kind of surprised that Marshall was able to even get into the town since Great Good was charging him.
He managed to find a sewer. Which, Marshall knows every sewer network in Bohemia in real life, actually. So that's why he's had to get into there. But anyway, thanks, Sam. Right, I was going to go to you now, Marshall. So yeah, give us a quick rundown of your battle today.
Well, I was going to try to connect, but I don't think it's going to let me. Oh, there it is. Let's see if it works. I will go back to the stream, though. It's not loading very well. Here we are. Okay.
Yeah, everyone's on a 99.9 ping.
Someone else can just color for me, but I started at the top of the map. My orders were to move roughly southwest and screen against any approach of the enemy who was expected to come up from the south or the west. I did so. I didn't have any contact with the enemy. I got a couple dispatches that I wasn't sure what to do with because they didn't give me much of a location, so I knew stuff was happening somewhere. But in any case, I continued to move south until I made contact with the enemy. When we did make contact with the enemy, my orders were to outflank the enemy and get to that wagon train. As I did that, I realized that we were very close to losing the objective and that I was the only person around who could really do anything to take the objective, which was to intercept Marshal Fox. So I keep wanting to say Marshal Falk, but this is not football. Anyway, I decided that the only way to do it was to throw a Hail Mary pass, another football, and I went all in. I really did, and I don't know if I would make that decision in real life, but I know from a Kriegsspiel perspective, if I didn't push my stuff all in, my team would hate me. We would be throwing the game away. So I went all in, and the hope was either to extract Marshal Fox from the train and at least get him out, or hold everything up so that the enemy or so that friendly forces could take the objective, which is what ended up happening, or ultimately, barring all of that, kill Marshal Fox so he couldn't talk and destroy the train and probably die in the process so that I can't talk either. Incredible heroics. I don't know if I would do any of that in real life, but in Kriegsspiel, I don't think I would have had a choice. Just kind of had to. So that's what I did. And that's why I got 6 gold stars.
Yeah, I was saying, Marshall, it's quite interesting that you used the word pushing in because you actually got captured. Today. So yeah, that's a whole new meaning right there. So.
Yeah, there wasn't an
But I mean,
expectation of survival or success. It was really mess it up so the enemy couldn't do what they
I
wanted
mean,
to
if
do.
we captured Marshall, then we can interrogate him, so he would replace our prisoner.
15 minutes later, he became John Candy in Joe versus the Volcano.
There you go.
Okay.
Jesus, the choke him.
Okay, so I'll give Great Gold, because he was another cavalry, a chance to speak now, and then we'll try and get through as many other people as well.
Well, I think my command and units, as usual, were required to perform a more than Herculean effort in order to win the battle. Initially, I was deployed on the right flank of our force, and my orders were to circumvent the enemy line, scout. I thought of potentially getting into their rear and nabbing the VIP, but I didn't get to come to that because we had spotted enemy cavalry on the outskirts of Sweaty, whom we engaged across a river uphill. I myself entered the fray with the commander unit, and we had managed to best the enemy. So
yeah, it was you must have got some really good die rolls right there.
I consider that the first Herculean task of our day. The second was when I got news that General Sniper died, so I had assumed command of his unit, and I sent my cavalry back to rest. I got the description that my cavalry was completely exhausted. They are not able to do anything anymore. So yeah, I sent them back to rest. The subsequent turn, on the turn which I took command of the units in Vresta, which had belonged to General Sniper, I get the dispatch from Sam saying that he has got the VIP and is marching south. Thus began our second Herculean effort of the day, and that is marching west under as much speed as we possibly can. With both the exhausted cavalry and the infantry. And this is the second Herculean task, which my men once again managed to complete. The third Herculean task would have been to hold on to the VIP, which the units of my cavalry did partially manage to do, but it seems the infantry was not able to. I honestly must commend every single one of my men in their conduct and in their spirit that they showed in the battle. I don't think any more could have potentially been asked of them. I think it was just the general strategy that doomed us, but I wouldn't even blame our commander in chief for deciding upon this strategy because he couldn't have expected that we would nab the enemy so quickly. At the start of the game, I agreed with his general aim. I saw what he had meant to do by this strategy, and I do not blame him for taking it. But I do think that this is what, in the end, caused us, despite the heroics of my men, to fail.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, okay, I'm conscious of my own time here, but let's go down the list here. So, Tuki, as I don't want to, I don't want to disrupt your piece here, but if you could keep it relatively short, that would be good for me.
Yeah, no problem. Basically, at the start, it was a bit.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream. The quality of the stream is not very good. It was a long, slow game today. We played for about 4.5 hours, I think, is where we're at. No, 5. We're at 5 hours as of right about now. Let me turn on my camera so you can see that, hey, I'm still here and alive. But yeah, this is kind of it. I thought it turned out to be. I think the scenario was pretty good. It was really good scenario actually. I was just playing what we call marching simulator, which is fine. I generally enjoy that. but yeah, I think we're a little hampered by the quality of the stream, and that the turns were so long at the start. Those were the only downsides. The scenario itself, I think, was solid. The gameplay was solid. Everyone performed well. I should have probably umpired, though. That might have helped it move along a little faster. But that being said, it was all in all a pretty good game. Pretty good. I just apologize that the quality of the stream and the long duration in between turns was what it was. The solution to that is more umpires, and I probably should have insisted on helping. That's my little lesson to myself for today. But a good game otherwise. Very solid. So, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to end the live stream, and we will see you on our next